Good morning. One second. Ding ding. All right. So kind of hawkish data this morning. Um with the jobs and Barkin's speech. Not very bullish at all. I'm gonna take my $5 of profit. Ooh. $45 of profit. Maybe Disney keeps ripping. Yes. That's very nice. Never mind. Boom. The perfect play. Um Truly magnificent stream. Thank you so much. I think this one was done by several people. Thai Kid and I don't know who started it though. Hmm. Walt is a simp. Yeah, I know Jfresh posted the original image, and then Big Spoon AI swapped my face onto it. Dork's face onto the child being baptized in the bathtub, and then somebody inserted a fucking cat. It got weird. It's a Bitcoin baptism. Gherk Palantir. Neato. What about it? It filled the gap from 2021. Good for it, you know. I'm stuck between 49.90 and 5K all day. Um, you know what? That doesn't seem that unreasonable actually. There's really only a call wall at 85. A little bit of ramp at 95 5,000. A lot of fucking puts coming in though. can't imagine the bulls are going to let their 5,000 test be stolen by one hawkish Fed president and a shitty jobs report. Oh, I need to wake up. Can't we just spend my profits at Disneyland, Ohio? I mean, the fact that there were profits off such a absolutely ludicrous call option, the best. Beyond up 630, do you think Fubo will go back up from here or another leg down? I mean, I think Fubo kind of stabilized yesterday. Yeah, almost back to $2 already. Someone had mentioned that they were memeing about it on their Instagram, which was a Chad move. I don't know. I don't have Instagram, so I couldn't verify that, but thoughts on ARM? Their financials look like they're going to go out of business. And in that process, probably also blow up SoftBank. I cut my Fubo CCs after hedging with Disney calls. I also bought Fubo calls just in case. Okay, nice. Well played. We do not have a lot of data this morning. So everything's going to be pretty positionally dependent. I don't think there should be too much resistance at 5,000 this early, but there might be, especially if it starts being sold really heavily, which I can't look at yet because it's still a little bit too soon. Ah, there we go. Calls are being sold off at a fairly well, actually that's happening at kind of a fairly slow rate. Hold on. But puts are also being sold. Hmm. I feel some spread through tomorrow. That's just super greedy. I'm not gonna fuck with that. Yeah, I think if we lose 95 here, we're going down. Pretty weak momentum. How far? Maybe 80? I guess 85. Yeah. 85's got a little bit of support. Hmm. Did you get a chance to look at BTU earnings yet? No, I haven't. It's like a small miss on EPS, but revenues stayed pretty steady. Not bad considering China's issues. Shit, it's quite surprising. Let me see how cash flows are looking. Cash flows suffered a little bit. Not a great quarter, but I think seasonally, this one's usually kind of shit. That was reported today? Oh, that's not today's. That's the last one. I gotta wait for that to update. Revenues are up over September's data. So is EPS actually. Doing a little bit better, but probably, another quarter of fairly choppy price action. I don't think anything mind-blowing here, but also nothing destabilizing. Check DM. What do you got, Dork? The fuck is that? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that a $30 put? All right. Disney hit its max? Possibly. Give me 1 second. What do you think of NVTA? I have no idea. Dole under $11. That's more than I'd like to pay for it, but noted. Hmm. What's your buy level on Dole? What do I have an order? I have an order open somewhere on it. 960. Although I might put in one a little bit higher. That's kind of tough. Alright, they're still trying to recover this. More puts coming in. Calls being bought. Alright. Yields are up. Yen is down. I mean, Dixie's up 20 BPS. It's not like it's up a small amount. China's boofing the dollar. China's also boofing yields. Their deflation was really bad last night. Remember, they're trying to stabilize yuan around 716 to 720. In order to prevent a currency crisis. They've been doing that for like, what, 8 months now? A failure here on ES is pretty bearish. Like if we lose the support at 5,000, there's really not a lot of support till we get down to 49.80. All right. I don't know if we're going to break below it. I will say it doesn't look particularly good. But I'm sure the bulls aren't just going to give up here. That'd be ridiculous, right? But man, are they kind of fucked if we lose 85? They should sell more puts closer to the money so SPX can finally move up. They've been selling puts in the money. Like the stream before the bandwidth gets shorted. Sure. The number of big bank Washington lobbyists is the highest since the 2007-2009 global financial crisis. They're probably a lot more successful nowadays than they were back then, too. Still holding both sides of the straddle because I've been fooled before by thinking things look bearish, and then they rip my head off. Yeah, I mean, I am too. We're definitely still way too close to 5,000 for me to cut the call side. Hmm. Nvidia down, Meta down, Microsoft barely up, Strikes up, Apple down, Tesla up, AMD down, Amazon, Google up, but kind of shitty. Amazon's doing okay today. Apple's not. AMD kind of looks like shit too. Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia's kind of just chilling at 700. That's not too bad. Microsoft. Hmm. I feel like it should be too early for this to fail, but momentum looks really bad. Um, KBY. Yeah, they're reporting earnings from the period before the Red Sea shit. Do I want to get back into it? No, it's still too expensive. Really, revenues are up. So are earnings today. They beat on EPS by what, 9%, and they beat on revenue by 2.35, which isn't bad considering shipping was literally dying uh last quarter. They didn't start hiking shipping rates until Jan, right? Beginning of Jan. You can see your hat tag. What? What tag? I'm getting a good amount of ads. Congrats. Yeah, I don't have any control over that. I think that has more to do with Google's earnings. Ooh, Microsoft dumping. That's QQQ look. Still holding up, despite its three largest companies failing. My hat doesn't have a tag. When market become NVIDIA? I mean, NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Apple make up like half of the Mag 7, right? More than half? Those are just dead. Those are probably dead. 520, 30? Eh, it's not really worth it. Mm. Okay. Doesn't make any fucking sense. So call still taking profit in the money. Arm going vertical. Yeah, nobody wants to fill my put. What's Jimmy's tips been up to? Mm, nothing much. I think Jimmy's going to be out of the ETF FTD period after today anyway. So they should be the last day for a while that it has any significant FTDs. If we touch flirt with 5K, do you think that's basically it for today? I'm thinking selling a call spread slightly outside of the money if when we get near 5K. I'm thinking about doing something similar. This is kind of starting to turn around here. Put wall at 90. Then there's a little bit of a ramp, 95 to 5,000, but 5,000 is kind of inundated with puts. Which I'm pretty sure they sold there yesterday. There's almost as many puts at 5,000 as there are calls. 95 still a little bit ahead. They're still buying. It's not a lot. Is the 180 Fubo dip over? It appears to be. Like, BNet options are doing that thing again where they're up 1100% with no ask. That's because the broker is just pricing the contract at the mid. Deviant offered to buy Enter Plus ERF. Okay. Neat. Sold puts at 5K. Yeah. I sold my 49.95 call, so downtime. All right. Puts are looking chubby. It's definitely interesting. I don't want to average this down just yet, but I do want to average it down. Resistance is still just below 5,000. Should still be a little bit more upside left on this. Netflix next support 556. Next support on Netflix is going to be at the trend, which is going to be like 552, 551.75. I think this could still test like 98 on the upside. 98, 99. QQQ's really going for it. Nvidia moved positive again. Microsoft's still down. So is Apple and Amazon. Is Google recovering? Yeah, a little bit. Meta's dropping though. Seems like they're having a hard time getting that tech pump. And we don't have any, I don't think we have any news. Do we have anything coming up? Wholesale inventories came in flat. No, no news really. I think any rejection on this trend is probably going to drop us back down to the call wall at 85. So if you're long here, be careful, especially as we approach 5,000. Bitcoin mining stocks, pumpies, animal spirits looking to take Bitcoin to all-time highs next. What? Heard Fleshlight IPO soon? Full board? I I don't know. Maybe consider some diversification. Are the TTM squeeze signals on Upstart another sign of potential VUPs? Probably not. Do you think we could get a similar weaker push when we reach break 5,000, like when we reached all-time high? Yeah, it's possible. Just a flood of call buying. If we reach break 5,000. My new job sees me here less and less. Miss the info. Learning, food talk, and the degeneracy. What's up, Posty? Can we check into Palantir 3 days out from earnings? 41 million volume in the first 35 minutes. Still too soon to sell in the money calls for entertainment. It's probably a little bit too soon still. Um, it's decently above Gamma Max. I don't think we're 3 days out. We're just two, right? I think we're just 2 days out from earnings. Yeah, options interest on it's still kind of exploding. Shitloads of calls, tons of charm. Maybe after Friday. I think even if the call options start to fall off, charm's going to be pretty supportive into the end of the week. TTM squeeze has nothing to do with squeezes. This is true. It is a momentum indicator. It's actually not even a momentum indicator. Well, okay, it kind of is a momentum indicator. It's a consolidation indicator. I need you to be ultra smug for this 5K rejection. I'm doing my best. It just hasn't happened yet, right? If we fail 39 49.85 today, then I'll be ultra smug. You got it, Posty. Hopefully you get some more work from home or a private office soon. Dow doing a small recovery. Um I mean, just kind of flat still, right? Russell's the one I'm kind of impressed with today. Still up despite the 10-year being up almost 1%. Can IWM get over 200? I doubt it. IWM is a bit interest rate sensitive. Today's like morning shit is not good for it. If anything, I would say it's probably more likely to head down than either of the other three indexes. Still holding both sides of your straddle. I have a stop on the call side. But I haven't gotten stopped out of it yet. It's pretty I have it pretty wide. No, I think we could keep chopping for like 25 25 more minutes or so before really getting a failure. I will say momentum is is starting to turn now, but it may take a while to actually fail. Although Delta, the buy push failed on this drop, so they've got to start buying this dip. Hmm. They're not selling a lot of puts. Maybe we get the failure a little sooner. It's not that puts are coming in or bearish things are happening. Like we got some puts that came in this morning. What's really dragging on the call side right now is in the money calls selling off and taking profit. The biggest issue is that Dixie keeps wanting to go up. Well, I mean, it just, yeah, it wants to go up. But look at USD CNH. It's at like 7.21 right now. It's slipping. That's really fucking bad for China. Look at BTU taking back almost all of the earnings dip. Nice. I fucking love BTU. I don't know about you guys, but what an awesome stock. What do you think or know about the big difference between ARM's adjusted revenue EPS versus its GAAP data points? No reports seem to be talking about GAAP numbers, and none will. Welcome to the world of tech. Yeah, this isn't the 1980s. No one cares about GAAP anymore. They should, but they don't. Financially, though, ARM has some problems. You don't even need to go into their earnings and EPS. Just look at their revenues and their cost of goods. They're operating at high capacity and at a loss. It's a what 80 fucking something billion-dollar company now, making $700 million a quarter non-GAAP. Dow recovery failed. I'm gonna be honest with you, Dorg. I don't think that was a recovery. Can Disney hit 110? Probably. They promised their shareholders more than Aladdin trying to get laid. Um, do you ever have any interest in selling in the money CCs on GME with the with this being the last day of ETF FTDs? I've already sold in the money CCs on GME. What do you think about Palantir stock? I think it's got a lot of buy pressure right now, which will fade probably pretty quickly, but it should stay up into the end of this week at a minimum. Once volatility starts crushing out, shorts will move in. Was this the lower high failure you were mentioning on NVIDIA? Yes. Correlation. Correlation's still a little flat, but that might start ticking up too. Hmm. Yeah, the buy side pressure kind of sucks. Well, this should be the period where the bulls have the best chance of getting a new high. We're not even coming anywhere near that. I'll explain again why Rising Dixie is bearish for the SPX. So dollar values going up. I mean, besides the, I think we can ignore the broader economic effects on multinationals, and we can just say that Dixie rising pushes yields up. Yields going up creates more demand for volatility. Higher demand for volatility puts pressure to the downside on indexes. Could we get a 5,000 test? I mean, it's not impossible, but it's looking less and less likely. It's fundamental thesis, the dollar up, purchasing power down, stocks down, on which some algos operate as well. Well, there's a lot of different things, right? Dollar up hurts international sales because people can't afford the cost of goods, or companies have to take a hit in order to price down the cost of goods internationally. So it can reduce profits, it can reduce purchasing power. However, dollar up is really good for domestic companies, right? Higher dividends make their debt look insurmountable options to you. Utilities and telecom, they don't do well with rates being higher. They perform better when rates drop. Yeah, good for net importers, bad for net exporters. Unfortunately, since we're a services based economy, the majority of our biggest corporations only export. So no, you've got it right. It makes imports cheaper because the dollar is more valuable. I've had, I mean, Netflix puts finally. It's possible to join Zillionaire through Discord and not YouTube. No, it's not. I don't have it set up any other way. I could set it up through the Ko-Fi, but I've never done that. I think I can set it up through the Ko-Fi, but I've never done that. And the reason is because YouTube just does all the management and the billing, and I don't have to worry about it. Otherwise, it becomes my problem, and I don't want to deal with any of that shit. If you have an iPhone and you're getting charged Apple tax, just go on a browser. And if you do it from like a PC browser, you don't have to pay the additional fees that Apple charges. Big spike in VIX. Nice. Maybe just start a timer for 25 minutes. I mean, dork, they sold the long $3 billion of Vega yesterday. They've sold puts a couple times today. There, and oh, that's way thick. Hold on. $49.85 failure, make white moment. Yeah, that still seems like the important level to watch. Looks like they've given up a little bit on the call buying here. I still think we have like a little bit of stability though. We're losing it, but we still have a little bit. So we might like retest like that. We might not. We might just keep failing. That'll really probably depend on vol here and if they short or not. But the MM doesn't care. They are neutral. Sure, man. Okay, Travis, that's not a bear trap. When something drops and then takes multiple minutes to recover, not a bear trap. That's just support. Gork, this market is boring. Well, but it could get exciting. Yeah, a bear trap is when your friend invites you to go play pinochle somewhere. That's not how it's spelled. No, both of those sound like lewd sex acts. It's like... There's no hat tag. You've lost your mind, Big Dill Danionaire. You're having a break from reality. I gotta say, my straddle calls don't like this price action. They were priced to be $100 in the money by now. Put your hand on your temple. There's nothing there. There's nothing. Is that a spliff stuck into your hat? No. Maybe it's just the back of the chair. Did you think about that? There's a little white thing on your hat. I don't believe you. What's up, Dork? I don't know what that is. It wasn't there when I took the fucking hat off. There's nothing on the floor. Oh, look at the market doing exactly what I said it would do. I wish I had someone to do that for me. Dork, I need you to get better at trading so you can handhold me all day. The rat underneath the VWAP hat. If you pay me $250K a year and move to Nevada, we've got a deal. The first part's not the issue, even. It's not about the money. I just don't want to live in Nevada. $250K a year is below the poverty line in New York City. See, that's a bear trap. No, it's not. You could commute. Where? Long Island? Yuck. The bulls are giving it one last go. This is sad and pathetic. Just die already. Stop loss on it? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't have any stops. I assume if I had, they would have gotten hit really hard. I buy puts all the time. They're awesome. The MM's total exposure to Vega is still negative. It's just significantly more long today than it was yesterday. Are the desperate pushes characteristic of just this market? Or does this kind of garbage always happen? I mean, it's characteristic of the bulls trying to hold their positioning at 90 and 95, right? They're trying to they're 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 kind of letting it fall and then buying the bottom in order to stop out all the puts that are dragging down price action. So you kind of get this line, right? You're just going to get really violent moves off of this line to stop all the puts out. And then once enough of the puts are out, then they can try pushing it up harder. Shake out all the shorts so they can regain momentum. Yep. That was a good day, Yaga. All right. The stream card today is out of control. I love it. I still think this fails. It could, yeah. I don't. We're not at like 25 minutes yet. Maybe we are. Yeah, we're probably close to it. I mean, I think this retest of the trend is going to fail back down. The longer time frames are getting quite bearish. But that's like weeks out. You know, it doesn't really matter today. I'd even be okay with like just another test at 83. Or fill the gap from yesterday. That's just sub 90, right? Yeah. Yeah, another test at 80 seems reasonable. I don't see why that would be impossible. The call wall at 85, I mean, kind of just looks like shit. It's there, but it's very weak. Your lack of perforation on that bottom line is disappointing. Would you want to break through it? QQQ starting to turn. No, not yet. If it fills that gap at VWAP and falls below, that might be a little bit more momentum. Yeah, Dow's shitting the bed pretty hard. Next support is at 86. I just want this fucking thing to go in the money so they stop selling it. There we go. If we fall $3 more, this gets fun. Yeah, if we lose the call wall at 85, it gets a lot spicier. Because then we could fall like all the way back to 75, 70. Oh, so choppy. How about we fill that gap at open yesterday? Yeah, right. Where are the puts gonna come from, Dork? CTAs, their sell triggers are like at their sell triggers are down at like 49.25. Bob Marley. NQ's more resilient. Okay, that's already failed. I think we can stop watching that. Let's see. All right. So the dip buying's kind of running out of steam a little. Another leg down. Resistance is right here. I'll buy another contract. No, let's. Was that the test of 85? Not quite. What happens if China dumps their tea bags? That would be. That would be kind of scary. China dumps their tea bags, or Chinese banks dump their tea bags? Ah, thank you. 19. My 49.50, 48.50 bear put spread for 228 on ES gonna print. Please say yes. Maybe. Ooh, I don't like that. He's gonna calm the fuck down. QQQ just going for it. Dow's down. Russell's kind of moving up a little bit. Jesus, who's pumping tech? Everyone. I'm gonna retest 95. Enough room. Okay, that should be resistance. A lot of fucking call buying. One thing I hate about trading with SPX is sentiment changes every 5 minutes. Yeah, it's awesome. What are major support resistances on BTU? There's the trend to the upside, which is at like 2650-ish. 24.30 where I found support earlier today. The bottom of the trend down at like 23.50. Just so little fucking liquidity. We tested 95. Is this gonna fucking fail now? Jesus Christ, just sell off already. uh, I hate this shit, Zorg. I picked one overnight straddle this week, and here we are. Yep. Yeah, the market maker's still pricing in like a 70 BPS move for today. So this could loosen up a lot more as we move towards the end of the day. Which will we touch first? 5K or 49.80? I mean, we're a lot closer to 5K. They're not really pricing the puts down very much, though. Surprisingly. They only really seem to be interested in selling them at the money when we drop. But that also keeps them from being very profitable. Although I imagine the same is true on the call side. Look at TLT, 70 basis point move, you say. On SPX, pop poopy pants. Too sick for this? I'm out. Alright, man. You got the vid? Hope my Google calls print while I sleep and dream of sweet pigeon status one day. Nice. I don't know, it came out of nowhere yesterday. Sounds like COVID. Did it just like steamroll you? Yeah, 102-degree fever. Should take a test. Within like 4 hours. I mean, it might not be. It could be literally any number of other things, but Doesn't it take time to show up on a test? By the time you have symptoms, it should show up on the test. Especially if you already have a fever. Here's 2048. SPX is still chopping between 49.90 and 5,000. Bulls are still selling puts. All the stocks have moved to a blockchain market based on Cardano. That's a terrible thing to say. Do we have a 30-year auction at 1 o'clock? Later, man. I hope you feel better. Yes, I thought we did. So we got NQ up 25 basis points, Dow down 21, and the ES down 5. Oil's up 2%. Jesus. Call positioning's not getting a lot better. It's still kind of just fucking exactly the same as it was. There's more puts at 49.80 now. There's still more puts at 90 than there are calls. Calls at 95 are a little favored, and calls at 5,000 are a little bit favored. But yeah, 90s put heavy, 85 is call heavy, and then 80s very put heavy. That's a nice spike in VIX. Yellen said, I believe CRE won't be systemic banking risk. German generals are visiting Ukraine, according to German media reports. Huh. All sold, everything. I know it's sold. Is that all she has to go on? Faith? Well, math is hard for her, if you haven't noticed. Goldman Sachs options desk. We're now seeing extremely bullish options activity in the collective Mag 6 names: Meta, Apple, Amazon, Google, Nvidia, Microsoft. Something we've witnessed 5 other times in the post-COVID era. We're looking back 3 years for this. It's interesting to take a look at forward returns when we've seen this type of activity. The 2 to 4 week forward window skews towards negative returns. Tesla's the redheaded stepchild now, yeah. They don't want to include it anymore. So bulls rug themselves? Nice. Yeah. Well, just at peak bullish activity, bulls get rugged, right? Financial conditions have shifted from a headwind to a tailwind for growth in Q4 2023 to date, combined with strong credit creation since the start of the year. This points to upside risks to the lookout for both growth and inflation over the coming quarters. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what happens when growth runs super fucking hot above trend. I like being bearish with a statistical bias. She's 78 years old. Why isn't she in a rocking chair? Are these really the best people possible for the position? Listen, you live in England. You have no room to talk, okay? What do we just call it? The robots taking over the world thesis? That sounds scary. People wouldn't want to invest in that. I would very much like it if we could drop another $10. Thank you. I mean, hopefully I didn't keep averaging down these fucking puts for nothing. Oh, goody. More support. If we break below 85, you're saying 75 is a sure thing? Nothing's ever sure in the market. But the path to 75 below 85 is pretty decent. There's not a lot of call support. Pretty flat gamma all the way down. And then 75's got a lot of interest, so okay. Fighting so hard to hold 90. Is it just because the put's at 90? It's not that many more of them. I hope bulls exhaust themselves so this drops even harder when it finally gives. I mean, they're definitely exhausting a lot of their options. The worst part is they're not even losing to bears. There's no bears. They're just fucking getting wrecked by themselves. Why would I want to listen to Tucker Carlson interview Putin? You think anything important's going to be said in that interview? This is a man who testified in court that everything he says is entertainment, and you'd be an idiot to believe him. You mentioned that MM is pricing in a 70 bip move. I assume that's down based on how everything's looking. No, it's just 70 bips from spot. It is weighted to the downside. I think the lower bound is a little bit further out of the money than the upper bound. But that's just because we're up against a big resistance, and we had like jobs data today, so it doesn't necessarily mean anything important. I mean, it's not like Putin's gonna say anything special. He's not a fucking idiot. He'll just stick to like the standard like Russian propaganda. He's not gonna be like, "Oh, there's secret treasure in the Ukraine that we were after. They stole the heart of our country." Like, what the fuck do you think he's gonna say? He's just gonna go on about trying to eliminate Ukrainian Nazis. It's totally not about the wheat and oil fields. He wants the Ark of the Covenant. It's not that far off an Indiana Jones plot. It's good. We forgot something at Chernobyl. What the fuck? Those are Larry Fink's wheat fields, not Putin's. Exactly. Putin's KGB training since adolescence completely out the door as soon as Tucker Carlson interviews him. Russia's spent the last 50 years, and all of this started with the USSR, trying to systematically program America's opinion of Russia. And this is the closest they've ever been to being popular. They're not going to fuck it up now. Tucker Carlson now the center of that movie, the interview. Jesus. Earlier this week, you said the first half of this week was likely to be bullish, then bearish in the last half. Do you still have the same feelings? I mean, it's a little less bearish than I would have liked it to have been on the last half, but it was also a little less bullish than I would have liked it to have been on the first half. Um, it's been resiliently choppy, but I mean, it hasn't really trended very well at all this week. Like the data's been pretty bad. That hasn't helped things out very much. What should have been some like stronger positives for the bull case have been negatives. But as far as I mean, what I was referencing at the time, which is the like the gamma falling off into the end of the week, that's still happening. I would say charm's pretty supportive tomorrow, but if we start dropping, it won't be. Like if we start falling below the in the money calls, um, all that charm is gonna fall off. Stream card idea: Falcon and the Snowman with Gherkin, Torque, and Tucker C. Well, Russia, not USSR. Derp, same thing. All that happened after the fall of the USSR was the worst, most powerful people took over. And it moved from being, a pretend socialist country to a full on dictatorship. I mean, we're already in a Cold War, if no one's realized it yet. Except it's a lot hotter than the last one. It's called winter. Look it up. I would argue the Cold War never stopped. Maybe a bit in the 90s. All right, Dork. I put holes in the line. Oh, yay. Hey, I'm profitable on my puts. That can't last. Fix above 13, the end of the world. Dump it. It's the wrong fucking way. Jesus Christ, stop talking about opening range breakout. No one gives a shit. Is this generational buying opportunity? No, not yet. Although if we could test the put wall and then we recover from there, I'd probably buy calls. I just need QQQ to fail back to VWAP. NVIDIA calls with the bounce. Buy NVIDIA calls above 700. That could just fail. It's not a particularly bullish setup. If it recovers after another test of 706, that would probably be a better point to try to buy calls. This is interesting. Big pump, no move on VIX. Bull trap. No. Mm. Alright, are we gonna fucking lose 90 here or what? You dumped that Disney call? Yeah, I sold it for $50 profit this morning. which was awesome. That's like a cup of coffee in New York City. Yeah, not bad for literally no work. Can Disney hit 115 by tomorrow? Not impossible. I don't know how it's performing. I haven't watched it since this morning, but yeah, it could. I probably wouldn't target 115s for tomorrow. I'd probably just get like a few weeks on them. I feel like Theta's better for a play like that. Although, careful with the indexes. All right, QQQ. Failing? There we go. Money. Is this the most money I've made in an hour? Yeah, this is pretty good. Let's keep this going. I like this. Man, there's a lot of sold fucking puts at 49.90. That can't be the right price. Oh, that's for tomorrow. Did you just long a call? Yeah. Every dip is bullish above GN. Very good, Maze. I'm glad to see somebody reads the insane shit I write every night. No, I got stopped out of the puts. Where is GN? On SPX? Like 48.88. For the weekly, 48.68 for the SPX, the monthly. Can you explain the logic behind what? Buying a put at the bottom? Or why every dip is bullish? Because the MM is a buyer of weakness in a positive gamma environment. Have you considered that the MM is long puts? Okay, yeah, but like raw VN is like 49.81, which we're fairly close to, right? And then they're not. They're longer puts, but they're not long puts. And the puts that they are long are still out of the money, right? Or already in the money. Like the 5,000s and the like 49.95s that they sold. You think the bulls aren't going to do a massive pump to get this back? I just bought calls. I bought calls. I'm about to buy another call. I just bought another call. I was being sarcastic. Oh, okay. Yeah, bulls don't want to give up their positioning at 90 and 95. If we lose, losing 85 is too dangerous for them. I will never recover from that $12. Can I buy you a trophy and mail it to you if I sign an NDA? Thinking special educator of the decade. I bet calls at the bottom too. I didn't ghost you either, I swear. Okay. Do I give up on Humana? Do I keep it? Why does Hum hate me so much, dork? Where are the Hum Bulls, right? It's just at GN? Because you keep playing it. I didn't even keep playing. Like, I closed my puts, and I was like, I'll buy a call, hedge them off, right? Because the Bulls will push GN. And then nothing's happened for 2 days. Man, this account's getting bigger. I can almost trade. I can almost trade like 4 sets of options. That's neat. I'm still holding the puts on for some reason. I mean, the persistent failure to break GN isn't exactly bullish. I wonder if I should be selling puts here. No, that's greedy, right? How long until you're done with PDT? If I'm careful and I don't blow up the account again, being greedy. Um, hmm. So I can do 3% compounding a day, which is still the target. I don't know, like 2 months. I have 5,000 pieces of resistance. You will not break me. I don't want to. Cobra. I never want your 5,000 Ps to go out of the money. Yeah, the problem with starting with such a small amount of starting capital is you can't leverage runners. No, VIX isn't frozen. I think I want to sell. Those 2-day trades. Fuck. Did I miss the switch to calls? Maybe. Okay, I think I can lock this in now. Isn't Dork a marijuana user? No. No. He's a heavy marijuana user. Google to 150? I don't know. What's it doing? It's got resistance at 147, so don't jump the gun. Are you trading Goog Al or Goog? They have different levels. Goog is at resistance right now. Yeah, it's at resistance at 147.21, which is the first long PT. Wait, which fucking puts did I sell? Oh, okay, good. Did you choose the 49.90 because you don't have enough trades? As to the 95, why would I buy the 95 at the bottom? It's not lower risk, it's higher risk. It's lower capital outlay, but less likely to go in the money. I was thinking, unless the trade went against you. I mean, even if the trade were to go against me, the out of the money call would lose value faster than the at the money call. Like if it immediately went against me at an open, motherfucker. God damn it. I'm arguing with you instead of moving my stop down. You son of a bitch. Alright, that's fine. I'll just buy the next dip. What did I get stopped out at? 640? All right. Why does anyone else live go to delayed randomly? Or is it just my poor internet? I have no idea. It might, maybe. If you change the time, or like if you like use the slider and scrub the video backwards or forwards, then you'll turn off live. Yeah, on choppy days with zero DTEs, you generally don't want to be very far out of the money. You prefer the at the money strike if possible, because you want it to go in the money as quickly as possible, so it doesn't lose to theta decay. Because if you're out of the money, right? If you're at like the 95 for an extended period of time, right? And we don't test that, right? We fucking fail, and then we test it all the way out here. You're gonna lose a ton of value to theta decay, maybe even enough to like stop you out, like here, right? Whereas if you're at the 90, most of that time you're gonna be in the money. You're not gonna lose too much contract value. You can do even more extreme versions of that by buying like 1 DTEs or buying your calls in the money. $95 is out of the money. Definitively. It's it's not out the money. So my 49.75p on the thesis that this is going to be picking a direction today is not exactly a low risk play. No. Is this the world's tiniest megaphone? A microphone? No. Well, hmm. Would I get stopped out of this for a profit? $640, $690, $640. Yeah. $10 loss. There's a bigger wedge here, right? But I'm more interested in the risk reward and the support resistances locally. Like this is probably going to break up, right? Like that. I think we pump before the 30-year. That's one of the other reasons I got calls. When SPX 6K, around the same time PayPal hits 75. How did you know what PayPal calls I had? Did you see my comment in the Discord last night? If you hadn't paper handed Pigeon Whale, PayPal would have beat earnings. Those payments go through PayPal, Odorous Dan. Yeah. Once again, my own worst enemy. You know what's insane to me, Dork, is how bullish bulls are even when the market's not going up. Self-fulfilling prophecy until it isn't. Yep. Have bulls tried DRSing? No, that's something you do when you're underwater. For overnight straddles the last few months, did you say on the majority of days you've had a clear winner at open? Actually, the days where I have a clear winner, they tend to be less profitable. Usually when you have a clear winner on it depends on how big the overnight move is. But if you have a really big overnight move,
then you make a lot of money. It doesn't matter. But if it's like 40, 30, 40 BPS, and you still have to close the put side, those are the days you net the least. I would say days with violent chop are the ones that I make the most money on straddles, where we have like a $40-$50 range and we kind of see the low and high of the trading range for the day. Because then you can make, you can pick up like 30% on each leg. And then there's the days where you just have massive blowout moves going into market open, and you make a lot of money on those too. So really the worst two things that can happen are small overnight moves that are too big to hold on to the other leg, or flat as fuck. But flat as fuck is fine. That's why you buy a little bit of theta. On days that are super flat, there's times where I just leave both legs open, or I'll, once I realize it's going to be really flat, I'll roll the shorter dated position out. Generally speaking, my theta on both legs is not the same. Like for the last 2 weeks, I've been buying all of my puts for Feb 19th or Feb 16th on the OPEX, and then I've closed a lot of those puts, but I still have some open. So I have a dead leg at 49.50 right now. Are you used to leaving both of your legs open for an extended period of time? I do what needs to be done, tankerific, and that's all I'm gonna say about it. Am I just an idiot, or are puts across the board, especially 90 DTE, noticeably overpriced for where VIX is and has been for the past few months? Yeah, tail risk hedging's expensive. Please, for the love of God, tell me I'm making a mistake buying $1 BNED calls for July 2024. Oh, probably. Yeah, that sounds terrible. I have a bunch of those too. This looks bullish. Yeah, that's why I have calls. We'll see how that works, Travis. You see the October VIX futures contracts? The one that's like weirdly higher than all the other ones? Yeah, I saw that. Did you see the fucking next week's VIX contracts? That's priced like it expires tomorrow? Odds that the pickle jar is the entirety of the volume for today and July BNED calls. I don't know. Decent. If they beat earnings, it'll rocket. They're cheap as shit. I'm still mostly shares. Or mostly shares on that, but I'm out of day trade, so I bought 496 XSP calls. Wait, is that the strike or the number of calls you bought? Well, now I have enough of them. If it hits $2, I may quit my job and become a professional trader. What happened to your devil's advocate? You went from being like, oh, but the legislation, and now you're full port BNED. Don't over leverage yourself on it. It's still like a $1 shitco, right? Different Barnes and Noble. The bookstores, like the public bookstores, are a private company. BMG being skeptical of BNED. Those are the days, like 2 days ago. Better than playing Carvana, the $50 shit cow. Fair enough. When are they refinancing their inventory again? Yeah, oil's up. Also increased demand out of China. Why do they hate the redheaded child of 4995C? They're all excited about his older brother 5000C. This is common at major resistances for everybody to buy the resistance and not buy the strike before it. It's just psychological. But it's shocking. I will agree that it is absolutely shocking how few people will buy the 49.95, even institutionally, right? Didn't Perlman DRS all our rev shares? You mean destroy them? Yes. Yeah, no serious bipartisan support for such legislation. I'm not over leveraged. I'm just enough to make it exciting if it prints. Meh if it doesn't. Okay. Some of you haven't been here long enough to remember the rev days. And it shows. Oh man, the early rev days were so awesome. Selling puts for fucking out of the money puts for like 80% yields. Scalping 10x gains on 35Cs. Rev was the best. Till it wasn't. Nerve was fun. I mean, that's just kind of shit that pops up. It's not like repeatable, right? Dude, that was insanity. It was so fun until I lost a lot of money. Yeah. It was Saman who YOLO'd 40K. But I think he then pulled it, right? Spurt was also great. I mean, Spurt was amazing. I wish I'd over leveraged that one a lot more. Went from like what, $4 to 50? Remember when the fucking $9 calls were 15 cents? I remember being up like 6K, then selling at 3K loss. Good times. I remember I was trying to teach everyone how to like average out of their positions when we were trading at 50, and then everyone held all their positions back to 20. Good rule of thumb for a stock option ratio. I mean, like a what, like a retirement portfolio or something? 5 to 10% high risk. Some things never change. Hey, Moonwind. I'm starting to want a butterfly 90 already. It's not completely unreasonable. Is this it for the fucking upside? That's really, really unimpressive. Moonwind's a punk ass bitch. Nice, BMG. You've been waiting to have this back and forth with him, I know. Is anyone buying longer dated puts? Eh, not really. Is Barkin gonna say anything interesting today? I don't know. When does he speak? Didn't his speech already get released? I thought his speech was like released in the pre-market. Yeah, I think his speech is already out. Inflation has surprised to the upside before. Upcoming inflation data is likely to be favorable. Recent economic data has been remarkable. Upside inflation risks are still around. Possible path back to 2% inflation will be bumpy. Business contacts are less worried about recession risks. Firms are more stable on employment, sees less pricing power. The Fed can take time on its decision to cut rates. I need to see more data to build confidence inflation is falling. No one wants inflation to flare up again. US mortgages are up too. 0.01. Hmm. I don't think this will fail 90, but I should probably have a little bit more breathing room, right? Nope. No, it's got plenty. Too big. 54. Out of bet. This doesn't seem relevant anymore. Test 93, 94. Hmm. Talk about waffling back and forth. I wish I could avoid a speech entirely by just texting it early. Yeah. Am I gonna get wrecked buying one DTE puts on NVIDIA? Possibly. Tomorrow is Friday. I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't fuck with that. If it was under 700 and it wasn't pressuring the sold calls so much, I'd say that's not that bad. But with the upside pressure to the sold calls at 700, it's a big risk that they squeeze off. And if they do, it'll go to like 725, 750. $80 puts sell off. No, not at all. As a matter of fact, $80 puts are almost as big as 505 calls, which are ridiculous. Why are there so many fucking calls at 505? Alright. Still a lot of puts at 90 and 95 too. But if we can pull substantially away from 90, where the puts are, there's a nice little ramp to the upside. But I think we want to break this. Right, I think we can start looking at the longer term trend here. Lock in 10% on these. This place isn't as weird as it used to be. Yeah, it is. Have you been in the SPX chat? Kendra was literally here 3 days ago. It's worse. Yeah, I used to be way less accepting of the weirdness. If we break 5,000, does SPX rip? Maybe briefly. Although it could get pulled right back to 5,000 again. So I think a break of 5,000 would kind of be like that. Like it won't, I don't think it'll be sustained for very long. And there's resistance at 45, like big resistance at 45.15 at the collar. Kendra is always here in our ham flowers. Exactly. 50, yeah, sorry, 50.15. Did the FAFSA delays have any impact or expected to have an impact on BNet earnings I know my school gave you a line of credit at the campus bookstore for financial aid above tuition and fees. Not sure. Possibly. Although I feel like that could be an improvement for them. Like any FAFSA funding that was unrealized at the beginning of the last semester. I think this place isn't weird. You've just been here long enough. It's rubbing off on you. Hmm. Maybe. Have you been in the Cat Peener channel? I mean, I've seen it. I don't spend time in there. I like the little tags on the charts. Those are my stops, but they don't denote anything. Like they're not on the options chart, they're at the level where the stop is, but on here they're just showing that I have stops. The levels are just random. No, no, no. It's weird, guys. I can literally never open the Discord in public or at work or with my girlfriend. As it should be. You were correct, vid. Ah, it sucks. Sorry to hear that, man. The levels are your strikes. Oh, are they? Oh, okay. Interesting. Why do they display it that way, though? It's still stupid. I would never tell anyone about this place. I want to uphold appearances. But that's the awesome part, right? Is you have somewhere to come and get away from that. It's really not that weird day in, day out. The Poor's Discord has remained a place where it's too weird. Yeah, well, I mean, the Poor's Discord's never been normal. It's public. I mean, all things public are dirty. The Poor's Discord is dead. The like Fubo and Beyond chats are still going. The GME chat is dead. Well, because GME is dead. I could liven up the Poor Discord, give them like a spy channel or something, but you know, they just suck. No. What about like SPXL? They don't deserve a spy channel. Give them IWM. No, IWM's far too valuable. I don't want to talk to the poors about IWM. I'd leave the Discord. Thanks, Carl. The Discord weirdness varies on time of day and who's drinking. Yeah, both of those have big impacts. I don't have a husband. Remember the sheep fucker? Which one? The Magnificent Seven accounted for 45% of January's S&P 500 return. That doesn't sound like a problem. Given how strange the Discord is, how strange do you think a real life get together of everyone in the SPX chat would be with an open bar? I mean, okay, so that really depends. If I made everybody wear their screen name as like a name tag at the event, then it would be really awkward. But if I let everyone be anonymous, probably pretty normal. Regards Kiki is gonna have a hard time hiding herself, but everyone LARPs as Carl. I have a PUBG shirt with my Discord username on the back that I would absolutely wear. Okay. I'd want to be Mike sells CCs. Masquerade pickles. Uh no. No eyes wide shut themed pickle. I don't want to do any public meetups. It's just I don't like arranging events. Yeah, male female ratios. Wait, we're just gonna have 600 dudes showing up and Jen. Metaverse meetup. The world's largest orgy was successfully accomplished in Japan back in 2008 with 250 men and 250 women got together and all had sex in the same place. That's awesome. Good for them. I will party plan the event for you. No thanks. Have Kai's Malise fill it up. I wonder if I could get an aircraft hangar. I'd say conservatively 100 to 1, male to female. The definition of a sausage fest, where everyone's just talking about stocks, Hmm. Gherkin, this is boring. Can you poke it with a stick or something? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you hate making money? See, this is why the 95 sucks. Look at this thing. Underperforming piece of shit. Sure, it was cheaper. But what if this was it? What if we chop here for 3 more hours? Ugh. It's up 180 and my 90's up 250. Okay. It's a good thing we're going to break up here and they're both going to go in the money. You don't mean that. Someone's going to go synth long and it's going to go back to 90. Not yet. Yeah, I don't think that's a risk just yet. But it is something to keep an eye on. Which I should probably keep an eye on. Yeah, not a lot of puts being sold right now. But also not a lot of calls being bought. Interesting. Pigeonholes need a place above the rest, so we can observe the pores from afar. A true tower made of ivory would be hilarious. I mean, we'll just have a different party for the pigeon whales. Maybe we could, like, rent out one of those nightclubs where they have 2 floors. Like a mezzanine. I know a good one in LA. Goddamn right we will. Exactly. This is everything I wanted. This is the breakout. Why is it so crappy? Yeah. Fill the gap. Come on. We're gonna have all day. My 5,000 Ps will not stand for this. That wouldn't work. Everyone would upgrade to Pigeon Whale for 1 month. I need Pigeon Whale to come with some sort of contract. Well, we talked about that rule that if people unpigeon whale, then I ban them. You need to prove you've been a pigeon whale for a year. Don't you dare say whoops, Cobra. Pigeon Whale top floor, terrace, open bar, Dillionaire's second floor. Everyone else in the basement with the lights off and room temp Coors Light. Oh man, I can't believe people paid $500 to go see Plute fly in a circle in a helicopter. Banning 80% of members? 80% of people haven't been pigeon whales. Pigeon whale is blood in, blood out, and it seems like a commitment of over a year is necessary for entry. I agree. Fuck coin, the Coors Light. Fuck the Coors Light. This poor bitch can drink a natty light. Interesting. I don't think I could willingly serve someone natty light. That's fucked up. It's about them not selling puts. They still haven't sold a lot of puts. There's still no like aggressive put selling. There's actually a little bit of put buying at 90. People getting excited to play the rejection. Arguably worse. Yeah. How many pigeon whales are there? I don't know. 50 or 60. There used to be a bouncer at a bar that had 0.25 8-ounce cups of natty every 25-cent 8-ounce cups of natty every Thursday. People would buy a $5 tray and then puke all over the bar and do things like leave their thongs in the ladies. Ooh, we can add that to our list of what defines a thong as used. If you find it in a bar bathroom. But you're like 11 of those? Probably. I want to become a pigeon whale again just so I can unbecome a pigeon whale again. How dare you? I hope PayPal goes to $20. I believe the question was too used. Oh yeah, that's right. My calls are already worth $0. I'm gonna get into the rug business. I was doing some shopping and I see no good reason why a rug should be $4,000. Ah. But how are you gonna like make your way into the Persian mafia? Wait, is there not a consensus on what constitutes a used thong? Too used. Could the rest of the day be determined by the auction? Yes. You ever see how a $4,000 rug is made? The shit is complex. Yeah, but it's also made by somebody who gets paid like $2 an hour using a total of materials that cost like $30. Auction at 1 p.m.? Yep, 30 year. I was thinking you could get an earring and a nose ring and connect them with a chain that says Theta Life. Okay, I actually love that. We can offshore it on some island and harvest the fibers from fallen coconuts. It sounds like easy money to me. We have other things to do first, Nuke, but okay. We can add rug business. Manufacturing side or just distribution side? The Djibouti Rug Company. It seems fitting. How many billies is the 30-year? I think it's like 28 or something. Can you think of anything worse than being forced to live in the Midwest? But in the rural part of the Midwest? Like, you have to live in Iowa, outside the great city of Des Moines. That sounds terrible. Very allergic to corn. Also, there's a lot of mosquitoes, which I'm also allergic to. You could be neighbors with Don Duck. Oh God. I go to the Dominican next week. Appropriate for a slightly overweight middle-aged man to go with a banana hammock? Yeah, I don't see why not. How overweight? Like, are you overweight enough that it won't be seen? In which case, does it matter? Diamond top on the one tick. Noted. Thank you, Popcorn. I stayed in Oklahoma once overnight, and the guy in the hotel who ran the hotel made a real effort to try and convince me to move there. I don't stop my car in Tornado Alley if I'm driving through the country. I just keep going. I've driven across the country a bunch of times. That's weird. Five seven 210. What's the level of the flap? Is it above the fupa? Like, is the gut above the fupa, or does it cover the fupa? Are the curtains drawn above for sure? Ah, okay. Well, then the color choice is really important. I had a flat tire outside of Joplin the day after the city was leveled by a tornado. The only building open was the tire repair place. Probably a lot of people had flat tires. He was probably killing it. I've been to 49 states. Oklahoma is the last one, so I need to go there eventually. What if I told you it's essentially the same as Kansas? Like, take Kansas and the panhandle of Texas, put them in a pot. I don't play earnings, Travis. I've been watching Express ever since you bought them up. I've been retracing for about a month now. Do you think it's still stuck in the late 2021 downward trend or eyeing a possible break of it? Thanks. Um, Express might be running out of money. So it really depends. And there's been little to no news since the announcement that they were meeting with lenders to refinance debt. So I wouldn't fucking touch it until some news comes out. I gotta say, having lived in a few major cities, moving back to the Midwest doesn't sound so bad right now. Super chill, way lower stress. A lot of meth though. Meth and whatever, fentanyl. Do people here just stay in whatever state they live in? Usually, yeah, like their whole lives. I still need to set foot there. 49's a weird number to be at. Fair enough. This failed. Where did I get stopped out? Oh, that was a big candle. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. Fentanyl's a West Coast drug. We're pot smokers and cheap beer drinkers. Have you ever seen video footage of Cleveland? Oh, the upper Midwest isn't overly racist. The southern Midwest, that's a different story. Or at least where I've been in Illinois and Ohio haven't been particularly bad. I don't know about Nebraska or Iowa. Well, Indiana's pretty racist. But they're a bit of a different breed. I mean, no more racist than everywhere else. Definitely not as racist as Europe. So, I know that the southern Midwest is racist because people are like, "Are you Italian or Spanish or Middle Eastern?" And I'm like, "No." Persian. No, I'm not going to tell them that. Do they ask you that as a precursor to deciding how they treat you? Yeah. Like, I lived outside of Savannah for a while, and my neighbor was obsessed with my ethnicity. In a good way or a bad way? I don't know. It was just weird. I don't like the South. Neighbors talk to you way too much. I don't ever want to talk to anybody I live next to. Nothing like driving north through South Carolina and passing a 50-foot Confederate flag on the highway. Why don't other countries fly the flags of failed states? Why is that an American thing? Am I wrong in thinking the news around Fubo's drop makes them more valuable for an M&A? That's kind of what I think. As a Europort, we're not racist. We just don't like anybody. Man, I went to fucking Germany with my friend who's black. You guys are racist as fuck. It's a different kind of racism than the US. It's not hatred, it's just a lot of weird looks and staring. It wasn't as bad as Sweden. Italy's kind of on another level too. He wasn't a centaur. Japan is like that to Caucasians. Doesn't Sweden have a really large Middle Eastern population? Yeah, I don't think that's helped with the racism issues. Europeans don't like Americans either. That's true. Yeah. As an obnoxious, loud American, I'm well aware. The largest Confederate flag in the U.S., I believe, is in the Polk County, Florida. And let me tell you, that tracks. Italy might be the most prejudiced country I've ever been to. I mean, Japan's up there too. Everyone's fascinated with Texans in Europe. That's when I put on a little extra twang. Do you wear your cowboy hat everywhere? When I was in when I went to rural China, a kid stopped dead in his tracks and pointed and said, "Why Gao Ren, foreigner?" His mom didn't notice me and dragged him by the hand across the bridge. Asian racism's different. I'm not even gonna get into that. That's like a whole nother level. I speak Spanish and I'm probably American, but my Spanish is strong enough that it sound like I'm from another country. And man, they were terrible at times. Hmm. Yeah, Asian racism was Asian on Asian racism. I won't say where I live, but when I first arrived 12 years ago, school kids would point at me and yell, "Black man, Tiger Woods." It's changed now. I mean, that's a nice role model, though. Well, it was for a while. Was it during Tiger Woods' like heyday? So was it like a complimentary Tiger Woods, or was it after the porn stuff? I don't remember when Tiger Woods fell from grace. Tiger never fell from grace. I tell that to his Nike contracts. Which one was Grace again? I hope he's paved the way for like a new generation of bad boys in golf. He lost Buick? Wait, did he sell Buicks? Tiger became mortal. Now he's just Mr. Woods. Have you been golfing in Long Island, Popcorn Trader? Fair enough. Jimmy should say they're an AI company. I want lunch. I'm gonna get something to eat. This looks boring for a little bit. Oh wait, we have the auction. Fuck. Can I roll these out? Is there any point? We're so far out of the money now. Jesus. Fucking AI went up again today? Rejected at the high though. Okay, I can stay in those. Whatever. Don't need more VIX Aprils. Yeah, I need to be able to close these, I guess, if the auction's bad. The auction could have an effect because if it's bad enough, we're gonna break that call wall at 85 to the downside, right? Hmm. Oh my god, are we going to 5K? Doesn't look very good, does it? Are we really never gonna hit 5K? That would be awesome. I'm gonna need NVIDIA to keep doing that. This is a super bullish setup. No, it's not. What's spot on the 30? 4.377. There's not going to be a tail on the 30-year at 4%? There might be. I wouldn't buy the 30-year here. It's either bullish or super bullish. Those are the only two remaining options in the market. I mean, if bulls really want to hit 5,000, it's better to pull back to like 49.50 and then push up again after VN rises. I closed the calls. If you can't keep up, you need to get better at this. It was puts, then calls. Changes every few minutes. Stop setting things in stone. Seriously. Too much commitment. I absolutely will not get better at this. I'm appalled you would ask. I'm sorry, Popcorn. I didn't mean it. Auctions right now. And I don't think anybody knows what the print is yet. 4.38 before the auction. $25 billion. Four point two to the corporation at the back. 4.21. Do I get a 4.21? 4.3. That's not how it goes. It's not a it's not like a furniture auction. Cattle. No. There's no like live auctioneer. Disney Call saved my port yesterday. Who would have ever thought I could owe a centaur and a mouse so much? Do we have a print? Yeah, I don't see it yet either. Bid to cover 2.4? 4.36. Okay, yeah, so no tail. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about my sold puts. Nice. Do I want to buy this back? Maybe. That's an awful lot of demand on the 30-year. And the yield's bouncing right back, too. Huh. Why is there so much demand for the 30-year? Yeah. Inflation expectations are up. I could agree with that. I don't know if we break out here, though. Hmm. The dollar is climbing right back up again. I'll tell you what there is. There's demand for the dollar, Dork. There's not demand for the 30-year. It's an insane ramp on 0 GTEs. There's still a lot of puts, though. See? And that like big spike of 0 GTE calls, that's 40, that's 5,005. At 90, 80, you want the gross? Pretty much just inverse the calls. We pop 5K, we dick racket. Yeah, like 15 or 25. I don't know. You still have to deal with the collar. Yeah, data came out. Doesn't this still look weak? A bit, yeah. There's resistance here. I mean, 'cause 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 sure the momentum's all that favorable. There's a lot of call selling going on too. A lot of call selling going on. Hmm. Bulls gonna rug themselves? I don't think it's the Bulls rugging themselves. Well, I mean, I guess kind of. There's a shitload of call selling going on right now. Out of the money? Uh hmm. Maybe above 5,000? That's it's not exactly bullish. Gonna butterfly those bull pits. Kind of wanted to condor them at some point. Any chance we could see 85 again? Possible. Hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to just manage this real quick. There we go. 936, 626. Okay, that's not too bad. What's the put? 296 and 44 for 41. Doesn't seem right. I guess it is. Hmm. Just give us some downside for once. Oh, we'll see. You try my 5,000 Ps, that weak auction print. This is the result you're gonna get. What does the MM know that we don't? The calls are heavily sold. I've traded in a $10 range today. For the most part, yeah. I mean, yeah. $97 to $87. Hmm. Oh, all right. Weekly condors until May when rates are supposed to get lowered. No, I don't think so. I think we'll have bigger moves before May. Feb 16, 49.50, 4900, bear spread. Hedged with Feb 12, 5,000, 515, bull spread. Not enough hedge theta because we could stay flat 2 more trading days. Yes. Yeah, I suppose. Any idea which way this is going to break? Right now, no, but it looks kind of bearish. Like, momentum favors the bear side here a bit. I think positioning does as well. So this is what I turned those into. Let's go this. Maybe I should have done that. I don't like the max loss over 49.95 on that one though. Yeah. That sounds good enough. You could do calls twice. It doesn't matter. Sometimes it's slightly more advantageous to do like a put or a call butterfly. It's cash settled, right? So you don't care about assignment. So I guess if we close between 80 and 90, so back in the channel. Feels like this is where the market maker wants the day to end, but not where any participant wants the day to end. Really a kind of a heavy bet on the MM here. But I guess it's better than taking the $300 drawdown if price drops. Cash hold seems crime though. Only shills support that market mechanic. That's like my favorite market mechanic ever. Does that make me a shill? Ratio spreads 5,000, 505 or net credit? Really? For 0 DTs? Has the MM gotten their way at all this week? Yesterday, yeah. The MM made millions off of the bulls. There were no bears. Excuse me. Hmm. Another test at 95. Not a lot of call buying on this push up. Okay, I don't think I need to do anything here. Bear's dead or positioned elsewhere. There's just no. I mean, like, there's some bearish interest, like way down around like 4,900, 4,850, but nothing really near the money. There's some puts at 4,980 and 90, and there's like some defensive puts, but nothing overtly bearish near the money. Most of this is just bulls not being able to leverage up over the giant call wall at 5,000. I mean, you should buy long Disney for someone I know. That's definitely not me, by the way. You can't long Disney? Will we test 5,000? It's looking less and less likely as the day drags on. It becomes more likely again as we approach close, but it depends what price level we get there at. If we're still above 49.90 going into close, then there's a chance. The Will we test 49.90 to the downside? We could. I don't see why not. Well, the old NVIDIA pump on zero volume stopped me out. Oh. You mean the random repricing? Don't you need us to close below it? Not necessarily. I could cut the sold calls. I have a little bit of range on that. If we do close below it, I make a bunch of money. That would be the. So if we close closer to 85 at the call wall, then I would do really well. But yeah, I don't think we don't need to. I mean, I think as far as a like end of day target, it makes about as much sense as 5,505. Because you have a big pile of puts. We got a big pile of puts down at like 49.80. Then we have a call wall. Put wall. And then we have like a little call ramp up to 505. So these are our two most likely closing prices. Like short of the peaks in interest. At least right now. I mean, it's still really early. We've got another 2.5 hours till close. So all of that could change. Drop Minas Tirith in there real big. As long as 5,000 is defended by men, it will never fall. It's pretty low volume day. A lot of churn, but we're in the market and then get audited or worse for profits. Even holding it is controlled by profit percentage. Once above $1, would be forced to check the position to de-risk. It's totally fuck coined. That sucks. You just got to go long the S&P gaff. That's the only option. That's totally not unstable. 50% of its gains came from 7 companies this year. Wait till the other 493 catch up. Can you buy failing bank preferred shares? March back up to 95, but is this a bear flag? The consolidation isn't exactly bullish. Although momentum hasn't really meant shit today because, well, we're fucking not doing anything. We're just trading in a $10. We're trading between two strikes. What happened, Papa Muff? You didn't ask me a question. Oh. I have a QQQ 432 straddle for 2.9. Both sides are red. How dumb is it to average down the put side and go 1, 2, call put? I think we get a drop, but the call side is underperforming or just cut. I mean, I can't tell you how to manage your position, but if you think it's going to drop, then you would probably want to de-risk the call side and leverage up the put side. That makes sense. If you think it's going to go up, the opposite. Also, keep your fucking like. Gherkin's Gandalf 49.95 and Balrog the 49.80. Sure. Do you think we close between 90 and 95 today? I really, really fucking hope not. Hmm. Okay. Oh no, those always break up. It's gonna be hysterical if we just like we just distribute out into the end of the day and then rally into close. No, not a lot of out of the money call buying. I actually think buying back sold calls on the drop. That's not hilarious. That's exactly what's gonna happen. I hope not. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll distribute out and then just fall a little into the end of the day. Yeah, they haven't been there's been like no significant call buying for well since the auction, actually. Even that wasn't that much. And that got just crushed by call sellers. How are you feeling about your long-term Fubo play? Fine? I don't even have like a cost basis on that anymore. I've sold so many fucking covered calls against it. But yeah, fine. I actually think there's a bull case behind Fox and Disney and was it Fox, Disney, and Warner trying to do sports together on a streaming service. First of all, I think the FTC and the DOJ are going to be up Disney's ass with a fine tooth comb, like uh, all of their other fucking attempted mergers with Warner. But besides the very likely antitrust legal involvement, I think it makes Fubo more attractive as a M&A or for a buyout. I'll admit I don't have a lot of skin in the game, but I do think it makes them more attractive as a buyout. I think other companies, CBS, NBC, Amazon, um, could use some of Fubo's broadcasting rights to compete. Possibly their platform as well. And don't forget that Fubo like fully developed like the whole sports betting side of their app as well, and they still own all that. I mean, they're not using it, but they still own it all. All the more reason for likely Apple divestiture and macro restructuring to separate media from parks and IP creation. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. I could even see Disney reaching out to buy Fubo, right? Get ahead of the competition. I mean, if Fubo gets caught in a bidding war because of their broadcasting rights, that would be fucking awesome. I mean, I don't really know of any other possible sports streaming services for Amazon to buy that aren't linked to Disney or Fox or Warner. Disney did say they wanted to have betting built into their ESPN app. Yeah, and Fubo's already like fully built that out, and it's pretty good too. Like it's like a betting overlay on the stream. If the moon was spare ribs, would you eat it? That's what? How's Fubo Rev? I mean, Fubo's profitability and shit, and like their path is unaffected by some unnamed streaming service that may or may not come out, right? Like that doesn't do anything to them. It definitely doesn't change the thesis. If Fubo's still on track to be profitable, they'll be fine, even if they did get shorted for one day. So international markets that create the headache for this. So like 25 years in contracts in place with ridiculous renewal first bite options. Yeah, Fubo also has like a lot of broadcasting rights for all of the soccer leagues, and like I think they've got them for several years too. And so if you want to attract the Spanish speaking audience in the US or the international audience outside of the US and you stream sports, you need to have soccer. Did you say Fubo has Latino representation? A little bit. But other countries don't have any money to spend. That's not true. The peso's been kicking ass for like the last 6 months. What? How's what in the centaur side of things? How's today's exciting $10 range price action been? Like, can we not? It's I don't want to. I don't want to talk about it. That's a lot of volatility shorting for no fucking upside. All right, this is boring. I'll be right back. Oh, look, I've missed absolutely fucking nothing. This is definitely a market that favors market makers. I made $500. All right, by over leveraging a $2 drop. What did I make? Like fried brown rice with beef and broccoli. I had some leftover ribeye and some leftover rice. It's not very pretty. But it tastes good. It's like brown rice, egg, oyster sauce, some soy sauce, Shaoxin wine. Peas, carrot. Shaoxin? Oh, okay. Yeah, a little bit of sesame oil. I left my wok burner out last night, so it seemed like something easy to cook. I don't know if I store data for CMRE. I don't think I do. Nope. I have like an induction, like a wok induction burner. No, my stovetop burners aren't, like, they're not nearly enough BTU for using a wok. QQQ gamma neutral? 424. What? There's no cheese on the fried rice? That's fucking disgusting. Who the fuck wanted to put cheese on fried rice? Bam! It's a Korean thing? Is it really? I don't think I've ever had cheese in any Asian dish ever. I can't say that's true. I've had those Korean corn dogs that are stuffed with cheese. Well, it's not a corn dog, it's just like a cheese stick that looks like a corn dog. Although I think they did have ones that had hot dogs inside. I don't know if it's legit oyster sauce or not. The chick at the H Mart sold it to me. I can't even read it. It's got like a Asian woman and her child on a boat on the label. Was it over or under $200 a liter? It was like $13. I have fish sauce. I'm over here trying to look up fucking oyster sauce with a lady in a boat. It has protein in it, which I know is an important part of picking out oyster sauce. Real oyster sauce is decocted from thousands of oysters into a thick sludge. Yeah. I mean, I think the ingredients for the one I have are like water, sugar, oyster extract, and then like MSG. Some coloring shit. But it's not the one that's like thin or soy sauce. I've never had whale sashimi. No, whales aren't fish. I mean, I kind of think IWM's fucked anyway. But I assume you're talking about the test of the trend, like the downtrend? Are you talking about this thing? That's probably not good for it. I really badly want a teriyaki cheesesteak. I think you just discovered the only way to insult Philadelphia. Impressive. Right when they thought they'd hit rock bottom, you just tore the floor out right from underneath them. Well done. I heard oysters make you get really hard, increase blood flow or some shit. Oyster sauce doesn't do that. Are we making an oyster farm too? Someone's got to filter the shrimp water, right? Just dissolve a Viagra in the oyster sauce. Here I am performing my librarian job duties by finding your oyster sauce label and nothing. Hmm. Marinating their steaks with the worst oyster sauce? And I always wonder why they don't get a better one. You mean Worcestershire? Do you... Why can't people pronounce that word? Not all of us grew up Europores. Why would us good corn-fed Americans need to pronounce Worcestershire sauce? It's British, first of all. Worcestershire. Isn't Worcester a town in Massachusetts? It's that plus Shire, like the hobbits live in. I follow a chef on YouTube who calls it W sauce. It drives me nuts. Like people have just like given up pronouncing it. Mr. Sketchy. What half my awful joke rot? Same like lawyer? What's a lawyer? Is it a silent W? Hobbits definitely only buy debit spreads. That's correct. He means lawyer. It's lawyer. It's 2 syllables. You're a GIF. These bulls are so fucking weak, I wouldn't let them bang Carl's wife. Dark, say graphics. Attaboy, always looking out for my wife. I try to. There's no I in team either, dork. Do you prefer to do SPX butterflies with puts or calls, or does it depend on IV? Sometimes you can squeeze a couple bucks more out of the MM, choosing one versus the other. Jif is peanut butter. I don't care what you say. What's a fupa? Fat upper pussy area. But it could also be penis, I think. Skippy super chunk, take it or leave it. I only buy organic peanut butters, nut butters in general. Fupa's absolutely gender neutral. I'm gonna take your word for it, because your job and the Midwest. Well, hold on, Potato Tom. There's Fupa, and then there's front ass. Now, there's no way a Fupa could ever be plump enough to rub up against a chalkboard. That sounds like a full-on front ass. Muffin tops are on the sides. That's... It's getting weird. I'm gonna sell more GME covered calls. Because, I mean, what you're talking about is you're talking about someone, you know, standing, and then this, maybe he just had a big dick, you know? Because like front ass is when the belly hangs down, right? And this part sticks out. And then fupa would be here and then gut, right? But there's no way that the fupa could ever be that large in proportion to the gut. Have you never been to a Walmart in Nebraska? You need to do some people watching. There used to be a live stream of Omaha Walmart on YouTube. I don't know if it's still around. Or a Golden Corral, literally anywhere. I've never set foot in one of those. I felt insulted simply by the name. But then the gut would be bigger, poopy pants. The gut is always larger. The corral is where they keep the food, not the patrons. I don't know. The name of the restaurant brought up imagery of like feeding tubes to me, and I didn't want to go inside. I've seen it all. My nurse wife. How could one of those be so disproportionate to the other? It doesn't make any sense. The person's just built like they're wearing a pool floaty. Yeah, I mean the fupa to gut ratio should be like 2 to 1. It should never be the other way. But as I said before, sometimes there's a front ass where the gut is so large that it has become also part of the fupa, right? And this is when I assume the supporting tissues have just given up. They can no longer support the enormity of the gut. And this is like a 3 to 1 gut to fupa ratio, maybe even 4, right? You know, in Japanese, that's a thing. It's called the kashiwari. And it's when you get love handles and a bit of a gut, and the translation is pool floaty. No, Dolly won't make people with that are like overly plus sized. I tried it with Carl's image several times. I've got to take a minute to resent my head before my meeting. Sometimes the transition is difficult. I know you meant reset, but I think you were still correct. Did you leg out of your straddle today or just sell a strangle against it? I still have my straddle, Lily. This is gonna play out exactly as you joked. Oh, maybe. I just had an epiphany. The FUPA is the descending analog of the Carly Rae Jepsen breakout. Oh, interesting. So like a sharp instead of a bullish reversal, a bearish reversal, but like a shitty one that takes forever to reverse. The video is not dead, unfortunately. That's my ultimate fear. Like I want to be plump, right? I don't want to work hard at looking good. But I don't ever want that wall between the fupa and the gut to break down. If that ever even began happening, I would start going to the gym every day. That's my greatest fear. Should just play 800 calls on the video with some theta and sells them thousands against it? Probably not. I don't know. I don't want to touch it. My greatest fear is flying sharks. How would they fly? I thought impregnating a one time fling was your greatest fear. I mean, the other one would be impregnating myself with large amounts of fat. So both are similar in a way. My greatest fear is J-Fresh having sex with Warren Pies. Who's Warren Pies? Popped on during lawyer pronunciation chat, and this is my lunch stream. I love the pickle jar. It's a great place. Who's this super sexy bald guy who shows up on financial news sometimes? Are you worried he's gonna leave you? Are you still in Maersk? Are you buying more with the pull down? I still have like three. No, 20, 25,000 shares? I'll buy more if it drops enough. I have some targets. I sold off a bunch of it because it ran really hard. But I'll probably get back in it. The greatest gift to the world is a nice meaty clam. Hmm. Checks out. Yeah, they missed earnings. I mean, it's still above my cost basis, but I'm well aware. Well, their earnings were below expectations, but they haven't really seen the benefit of increased shipping prices on this report, right? The next report, however, my greatest irrational fear is my extremely elderly mother getting pregnant. Do you know what? Okay. Well, it's irrational. I'll give you that. You shill. Check DMs. I can't even open this. Ah, yes, you found it. What's the Lee Kum Key premium oyster flavored sauce? 510 grams. That's the one. That's the one I have, Jen. Boom. Hold on. See? I told you it had a lady and her child on a boat. One second. No, the knock on my door had nothing to do with the oysters. Oyster Cabal's shutting the stream down. Have you ever heard of large women not knowing they're preggo and then having toilet babies? It's a thing. I don't want to believe that. How do you not know you're having a baby? Do I need to comment more to be on top of your comments? What's up, Costellosaurus? I've never felt so unheard in my life. I said the oyster sauce as soon as you described it. No offense, Jen. Great job. I didn't see that. Well, to be fair, I wasn't really focused on it either. Search cryptic pregnancy? Nope. Nope. I won't do that. There's some things you don't need to know. Thank you for the acknowledgement and recognition. No problem, man. At least now I know what brand to ask for next time. How are Dork's SQQQ calls doing today? Wait, does Dork have SQQQ calls? I don't. Oh. I have like 30 different soy sauces. First thing I hear opening the stream on TV, search cryptic pregnancy. Parent gave me a look and left the room. Hmm. Do you have different types? Light, low sodium, heavy? Yeah. Thick, thin, Japanese, Chinese, older, newer. Who else is watching the stream with their parents? I don't know. When they're drugged out, they may not even know. Sad babies to follow. Hmm. That is sad. We're talking about women? Soy sauce. Who else is watching the stream with their pants off? What a weird question. We're all watching Dad on the stream. Oh, Jesus. That makes more sense. New as young was a bit of an interesting choice of words. I would never call people new or expired. I don't have any 5,000 calls, but what does it feel like for those of you that are bulls? This endless torment. This, you know how this feels? This is exactly how bears have felt for 3 months. He's not expired, Dave. He's just past his Best Buy date. My 85 puts still hurt. We're not significantly above. Well, we're above VM. Let's just put it that way. It doesn't quite wash out, but it can if they oversell puts. This is the market, Dead Rabbit. Yesterday doesn't matter. I took a bull long lashing to. What the fuck does that even mean? Your name isn't green. I took an Ortolan bunting today. You really shouldn't boof those, man. You're gonna get an infection. I bunted a lashing today. Is that a cricket term? You'll chick off the dip at the auction, huh? Yeah, a little bit. Cricket terms do be like that. They do. Is this bullish now? A little bit. Hmm. Hmm. It seems to have stabilized. This looks squeezy? Maybe. But squeeze what? There's nothing here. Yeah, but that's like $15 up. Why would that squeeze now? All the sold calls are above 500 or 5005. Imagine if they bought 95, so we could be at 550 by now. It's true. Where's Nvidia going? Looks sad. Yeah, 30 years right back where it was at. Dixie's at 104.16. Undaunted. Correlation's starting to break down a little bit. VIX is just getting crushed. Hmm. I know that popcorn trader. Mechanically, what's preventing this from hitting 5,000? Kind of a giant gamma sink between 49.95 and 5,000, where there's not a lot of open interest, and the drop in dealer hedging as we approach the large call wall makes it very, very difficult to drive the price up without buying a lot of delta, and no one wants to do that. Well, maybe right now, or possibly no. That's correct, Dork. We'll say the buying is very persistent. They are trying. Maybe this is the big push. It's definitely a push. The only problem is they're selling puts at roughly the same pace they're buying calls, which would tell me that the majority of people driving this are going synthetic long. Uh, that's not good. Huh. Boop. I think futures has a small effect. Mostly at support, right? Which is kind of right where that it's like 49.91, right? So I think futures is responsible for a lot of the support today, but I don't think it's actively driving any upside. CTAs should be pretty tapped out right now. I think they're about as long as they've ever been. mean, I don't know. We could get volume. Maybe. Probably not. Yeah. It's, well, at least on shorter time frames, it's starting to fail. Nothing confirmed yet. I don't think it's gonna fail. That's the thing is I don't think it's gonna fail bigly. I think like if it fails, it just fails a little bit. We just get stuck here again. Goes on go. Yeah, oil very supportive today, going up 3.5%. But I'm surprised that's not driving a little more volatility. I guess VIX cash is up today, but not a lot. Yields wiped out that drop in an hour. Oh yeah, yields are bouncing back. Last 2 days just untradeable for a novice. No, not untradeable. Definitely, definitely better to be on the sell side than the buy side. Sell puts, please. I don't need to. Other people are already doing that in far greater quantities than I ever would. Who would have ever predicted that oil would go up with 2 wars and shipping drama? What's more interesting is how many seasonally short hedge funds are going to blow up because they're way over short oil. Call capitulation won't drive us down far if we reject up here. I mean, that would require calls to sell off. People don't sell calls, right? It's a, well, actually, it's like, I guess I could look. It's a little early to look at positioning for tomorrow. But I could take a peek. Mm, kind of the same positioning as today. Some defensive call walls and then calls at 5,000, 505, and 510. And once again, absolutely nothing at 49.95. Gamma flip moved up, so some of the positioning, or at least the long positioning, either fell off or is weaker. You sell your calls too early and miss big gains. I haven't sold my intraday calls. I sold them back here. No, I sold them back here. I didn't miss big gains. We're fucking like 40 cents higher. And I nailed the bottom with my puts. Oh, you mean on my straddles? Yeah, I haven't closed my straddle, did I? It's just sitting there. Yeah, I usually close it early. But that's because the risk of rejection isn't worth losing, $10 or $20 of a $40 in the money call. I probably should trim the positions. But because they're part of a straddle, I just prefer to close it all out. Chances they gap up overnight. I would assume as high as they always are. I don't think there's any important data tonight, though. 2 a.m. we get German inflation. I don't think anyone gives a shit about that. Yeah, not much going on tonight. We have the 5-year JGB auction. That probably won't matter either. I'm on board with you here. Never cut calls. I learned that from Ghost and Gert cutting calls early. It's VIX Crush Friday, though. Tomorrow is. VIX is about to higher low right here. Stop ignoring poopy pants Friday CPI adjustments. Wait, what? Every day is VIX Crush Friday. There's no... VIX is becoming incompressible. It's too fluid now. I didn't do any TA on the VIX. I just made note of its price. Oh no. Higher low is not technical analysis. It's just an observation. What happens when VIX goes to 0? VIX RQ? No. The seasonal adjustments for CPI come out tomorrow. Yeah, but we don't see them until the next report, which is on Tuesday. It'll just tell us what they're adjusting. Higher low is an adept description of my mood on days I only lose a little money. Nice. Is that just like a... Oh, okay. It was just like a red dot. I thought it was a candle. I mean, it's just consolidation, right? It's just on a much longer scale. And then Monday, Tuesday next week, we can move up and test 50, 20, or tomorrow. Maybe today. Should I buy a spread for that? I'm gonna try those. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong day. Feb 9, Feb 12. What's next Wednesday? The 14th? Any chance of an 80-75 test? Hmm. Probably not. Maybe an 85 test. That's not impossible. Still thinking no downs till after OPEX. Probably not. We could see some by like next Wednesday. The Bulls are loose. They're present. Look what you've done. You've ruined my SPX. How? What did I do? What about still did, but Nvidia not moving up with the market, a good sign for downs? No, not at all. It isn't going anywhere. It's really kind of almost halted. It's impressive. I think Nvidia's earnings will be a better catalyst for ups or downs instead of OPEX. Probably, yeah. And this is exactly what you jokingly predicted. Why say it jokingly when you knew what would happen? Because it was funny. What point does NVIDIA run out of self-funding to boost profits? Should be infinite. I mean, as many imaginary chips. I guess if they run out of cloud startups. But they could just incubate more of them. Any short-term big bank bears? You think in March with the BTFP? Beyond to 15. I mean, that'd be really cool, but not today. Top and Beyond, I don't think are in the same ETFs at all. Top's barely in any ETFs. Beyond's in R2K. Oops. Sorry, I forgot to put that line there. No, I don't think Beyond's on Reg Show yet. Sorry, I feel really dumb about selling my calls earlier. The market did exactly what you said it would. Don't feel too bad. Click over to SPX so we can see 5,000. What? I mean 48.98? 49.98? Did we get a higher high today? Nope. Oh shit. Lower high? This is the beginning of the end? I don't know. VIX is bottoming. Starting to look a lot like Ivy up into the end of the day. Politely stop. Do I need to roll my May Vega plays again before this actually goes down? They're hitting 90 days next week. Yeah, probably. I could see that. Consider where vol is, though, in relation to rolling them. The ideal time to roll them is when volatility is at or lower than the price that you bought them at. I'm not getting rickrolled at 5,000. Someone is, though. Dirk, what if it's all an illusion and all of the calls at 5,000 are just sold? Party like it's 49.99. We'd squeeze way the heck up if that were the case. Well, not if they don't go in the money, we wouldn't. And we know all the calls at 50.15 are sold. And all the puts at 5,000 are sold. Hmm. We are 1 point away, bro. I mean, sometimes it's it's a big wall, you know? Uh, nope. This is ridiculous. Bulls were so well positioned Monday and yesterday just to fucking blow out this resistance, and they haven't done shit. The MM has to love this. Just a second day of making millions off the 5,000 strike? Probably. Hmm. I mean, it kind of looks like futures is gonna fail the breakout. Volume's really drying up. Momentum's starting to turn around a little bit further out on like the 15. The 1 minutes. Maybe. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look particularly good either. RSP's slipping a little bit. Down 2 BPS. Russell's slipping a little. Dixie and Yields just don't give a fuck. Hmm. It's crazy. The carry trade's back up again today, but almost no effect on volatility whatsoever. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know if that's a great idea, Popcorn Trader. Double top? If it is, it's the most epic double top ever. Let me try again. No, stop trying to print your puts. Hmm. This is better than the Super Bowl. MM's just bleeding theta from calls and puts to afford to buy this thing and rocket past 5K. Matter of when, not if. Why would the MMs want to go past 5K? They make money if all the 5K fucking options expire out of the money. Assume the standard distribution of the 5K, which would be sold puts and bought calls, and an absolute fuck ton of them. The market maker would make a shitload of money if we just never go above it. It's a great unit of measurement. And they say the imperial system's useless. I mean, the market maker just has nothing to hedge there. It's not really max pain. But there's nothing for the MM to hedge, right? The positioning's so robust on both sides that it's basically just cancels itself out. And then we're above VN, right? So the more puts they sell, the longer they drive the MM on Vega. So not max pain, but mechanically similar. I mean, the margin risk is to the downside, right? That's why, I mean, that's one of the reasons the Bulls are defending this level so well, right? Like so many call walls, is because they don't want the price to drop because they've sold in the money puts. They've sold a lot of in the money puts. It's not like a small amount of them. It's an election year. That's why it'll break 5,000. Doesn't mean anything. Election years have no statistical significance in their performance. The .com crash and the 2008 crash both happened during election years. I'm not gonna think about it. It's stupid. Why does everyone keep saying that? Because they're fucking morons. Yeah, the election's pretty far away still. We're not even at the peak of election season. Actually, 2008 wasn't really an election year. It was all predetermined by the shadow government. I already did this on Twitter. I went back and like did performance on the SPX for every election year back to like the 1800s. Fuck did it go? Ah, here it is. The nerds on Twitter made you do statistical analysis. I think they're the real winners. I had to use Excel. But it needed to be said. You know that the 2009 presidential inauguration, Yo-Yo Ma was on camera at exactly noon on the swear-in day, and therefore this country has been run by a cellist for nearly 2 decades? I wish Yo-Yo Ma ran the country. There's a company called Wolf Speed, and their ticket is Wolf. How are we not already investors? Why would I? Never mind. Any big data drops, earnings tonight or tomorrow? No. Well, earnings, I don't know. There might be some earnings tonight. Who has earnings tonight? Anybody important? Cloudflare. Affirm and Cloud. Oh, no. There are no earnings tonight. Everyone's done. Monday? Before open? No, Pepsi was this morning. Or wait, no, Pepsi's tomorrow. Is today Thursday or Friday? It's Thursday. Affirm and Cloudflare tonight. And then, yeah, I guess Pepsi and Enbridge tomorrow. AMCX. The better AMC stock. I used to know what day of the week it was before they gave us 0 DTEs. I see your wolf ticker and raise you peener. He's right. Clinton. What do you mean he doesn't count? He played the saxophone. Yeah, I agree that a firm could beat, but what happens when everyone defaults on their groceries from Walmart? God Peener to 49.50? That'd be really cool. I hope we just saw off hard into close. No. Who's holding a firm's bags on their loans to the poors? I mean, based on the credit purchases, probably a firm. It doesn't seem banks are very willing to buy other people's bags right now. At least not low grade bags. There's no way it's prime debt. Subprime. I know AMKBY dumped today. I'm probably gonna buy back in soon if it keeps dropping. This is stupid. Why did this even bounce? It's choice debt. 80/20 ground debt. If you guys were in finance, you'd get that. Implied volatility, Travis. Yeah. For a firm? I don't know. I guess I could look. For, on the one DTE is 7.5%. And 16.5% implied move over the next week, and then 33.8% over the next month. Oops. Oh, someone went way too synth long. Wait, synth long or sold calls? Hold on. Synth long. I feel like I mentioned something about closing at 49.95, and it's looking very, very realistic. Pins? Is that the ticker? .6% today, 10.3 next week. Dump it. 5 minutes. Come on. Spike IV. That's just too many rejections off of gamma neutral. I'm not going to stay on that anymore. I mean, the downside risk isn't infinite. Only naked calls have infinite downside risk. $5,000 C0 GT is only 5 cents right now. All the more reason for us to never see that price before the end of the day. I mean, there's not a lot of downside risk if you own the underlying, which most institutions do. You're not wrong, Lily. I really think at this point that they're better off trying to gap it in the overnight session than trying to push through it during the intraday. Oh, it's just getting shorted a little bit. New high? Oh, last minute. They did it. They immediately all sold off. Ding ding. And dump. Yeah. What did I walk back to? Just a like 4 sigma close. Anyway, um, futures dropped in the on the next candle, but futures got a new high. Oh no, futures same high. Yeah, so futures double topped, but SPX new high. Thanks, Gilgamesh. Potato Tom, you owe me a pigeon whale. Crazy? I can't believe I was alive to see that. That was fucking stupid. Anyway, what a fun day trading in a $10 range to only break out of it for 3 seconds. Broad commodities up a little bit more today. Looks like that trend's continuing. Seems to be some commodities. Well, pressure, a little bit of pressure in commodities from China. Um, Starting to get spun up a little bit more. Potato Tom Welcome to Pigeon Whale. You glorious son of a bitch, you did it. Now remember that you're in. You can never leave again. All right, Dixie up 8 bips. Not very impressive, but yields did manage to move higher today. The 30-year broke a little higher after the auction than its auction price. It kind of fell off into the end of the day there. Core 1 month and 3 month, both pretty much flat. Not a lot of movement there. Carry trade went up. Yields are up, but forward returns on volatility are flat at negative 12%. I don't think move is accurate. Skew down from 152 yesterday to 151.41. So a little bit more tail risk interest. That's wrong. And that's going to be wrong till next Wednesday. All right. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess this is lower today than it was yesterday, so a little upside pressure on volatility today, but not very much. Cash VIX closed negative, but VIX 3 month closed up. VX, or the contract in front, closed down 4.535. Actually, I think that's the March contract. So 13.5 on next week's VIX contract, the Fed VIX contract. Still down though. Both of those are down. Oil up 3.5% today, so big move on oil. ES closed, well, it's at 0 now. NQ up 9 bips, Dow up 6, and Russell up 146. And that's about it. All right. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Later.